In a quiet corner of the world, nestled among gentle hills, lies a village where time moves softly, like a whisper in the breeze. Here, you are about to embark on a journey, one that will carry you away from the worries of the day and into a world of warmth and magic. But before we begin, let's take a moment to settle in, to release any tension, and to prepare for the story ahead. Find a comfortable position. Whether you're lying down or sitting, allow your body to relax completely. Close your eyes, if you haven't already, and take a deep breath. Inhale the cool, refreshing air, and as you exhale, feel the stresses of the day melting away. With each breath, imagine that you are breathing in calmness, and as you exhale, you are releasing any remaining worries. Let your breath become soft and steady, like gentle waves washing over you, bringing with them a soothing rhythm. Now, picture yourself standing in a peaceful village. This village is nestled in a valley, surrounded by rolling hills that cradle it like a tender embrace. The cobblestone paths wind gently between quaint cottages, each one a picture of warmth and comfort. Ivy climbs the walls, and flowers bloom in every color, filling the air with their sweet fragrance. As you walk down the path, you can hear the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant hum of bees visiting the blossoms, and the occasional chirp of a bird. This village is home to a young woman named Alara. Her name, like the soft glow of a distant star, reflects the light she carries within her. Alara is known not only for her graceful appearance, but for the warmth and kindness she shares with everyone she meets. Her days are filled with quiet joy, and her heart is full of dreams that reach far beyond the hills that cradle her home. Alara's home is small, yet every corner is filled with love. As you step inside, you are welcomed by the warm glow of a fire crackling in the hearth. The room is cozy, with shelves lined with books, each one a gateway to another world. Picture Alara sitting by the fire, a book open on her lap. She loves to lose herself in stories of distant lands and noble deeds. To her, books are not just stories, they are windows to endless possibilities. As you sit beside Alara, feel the warmth of the fire on your skin, hear the gentle crackling of the flames, and see the flicker of light dancing on the walls. This is a place of safety, a place where your mind can wander freely, where the world outside fades away. Let yourself sink into this moment, into the peace and tranquility that fill this little cottage. Alara lives with her father, a gentle man who once traveled far and wide but now finds joy in the simple things. Their bond is strong, built on love, mutual respect, and deep understanding. In the evenings, they often sit together by the fire, Alara with her books, and her father working quietly on his small projects. The air is filled with the scent of herbs, and the golden light of the fire casts a warm glow over everything. This is a place of comfort, where you can truly be yourself. Now, take another deep breath. Feel the cool air as it fills your lungs, and then slowly let it out. Imagine that with each breath, you are drawing closer to Alara, to her world, to the gentle rhythm of her life in this peaceful village. With each exhale, let go of any remaining tension, allowing yourself to become fully present in this moment. As you continue to breathe, let your mind drift to the quiet beauty of the village. The sun is beginning to set, casting long shadows across the paths. The sky is painted in soft hues of pink and orange, a final gentle touch before night falls. The villagers are lighting their lamps, the warm glow spilling out from their windows, casting a soft light on the paths below. You can hear the distant sound of laughter, the soft murmur of voices as the day comes to a close. Alara stands at her window, looking out at the village she holds dear. There is a sense of peace in her heart, but also a quiet yearning for something more. She dreams of the world beyond the hills, of the adventures that await her there. But for now, she is content, knowing that she is surrounded by love and safety. And you, dear listener, are ready to join her on this journey. You are safe here, in this world of dreams, where everything is possible, and where the worries of the day can be left behind. Let go of any remaining thoughts or concerns, and allow yourself to be gently carried away by the story that is about to unfold. As you prepare to enter this tale, take one last deep breath. Feel the peace that surrounds you, the warmth that fills you, and know that you are exactly where you need to be. You are ready now, ready to step into the story, to let it gently guide you into a state of deep relaxation and restful sleep. Welcome, dear listener, to this world of dreams. Let the journey begin. The morning sun softly filtered through the light mist, casting a warm, golden glow on the cobblestone streets of the village. The air was fresh, carrying the promise of a new day, mingling with the faint scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming flowers. Alara woke early, as she always did, to the gentle sound of birds singing outside her window. She lay still for a moment, feeling the soft rays of sunlight brush her face. Everything around her seemed tranquil, but there was a quiet unease in her heart, something she couldn't quite place. Valera's life was simple, filled with love and warmth. She lived with her father, a skilled craftsman who often traveled to seek new business opportunities. His hands, roughened by years of labor, were capable of creating the most intricate and beautiful pieces. Each item he crafted told a story, reflecting the care and passion he poured into his work. He often went away for days at a time, journeying to nearby towns and villages to find materials or new clients. Yet, no matter how far he traveled, he always returned home as promised, with the setting sun on the agreed day. Every time her father left, Valera felt a mixture of emotions. She missed him dearly, but found comfort in the routine they had established. The knowledge that he would return safely, as he always did, allowed her to focus on her daily tasks. She would spend her days keeping their home in order, tending to the garden, and reading the many books they had collected over the years. This brought her a sense of calm, a way to keep her mind at ease until he was back. But today was different. As Valera entered the kitchen, she noticed her father sitting at the table, his posture slightly slouched, his face clouded with worry. The usual light in his eyes seemed dimmed, replaced by a heaviness that made her heart skip a beat. She had never seen him like this before. Her father's face, usually so strong and composed, looked tired. Deep lines of concern etched across his forehead, and his eyes, which had always been filled with quiet determination, were now shadowed with doubt. He told Valera that business in the village had slowed to a near halt. Orders were few, and many of their usual customers had fallen on hard times. The village itself seemed to be caught in a struggle, a reflection of the challenges facing the broader world beyond their small community. Valera listened intently as her father spoke. His voice was low and steady, but she could hear the strain beneath his words. He explained that he had decided to travel farther than usual, to seek out new opportunities in towns and villages he had never visited before. It was a necessary journey, one that carried more uncertainty than any he had undertaken in the past. Valera felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her chest. She knew the risks involved in such a journey, but she also understood why he had to go. Their future depended on the success of this trip. Despite her worries, she nodded quietly, showing her support. She began to prepare the things he would need, her hands moving with practiced care, though her mind was a whirl of thoughts. As Alara packed her father's bag, she carefully selected provisions that would last him through the days of travel. She added dried fruits, nuts, and bread, ensuring he would have enough sustenance. She filled his water flask and tucked it securely into his bag. Then, she turned her attention to his clothes. She mended his traveling cloak, reinforcing the seams and stitching a few patches where the fabric had worn thin. She also added a few small items: a pocket knife, a length of sturdy rope, and a small pouch of healing herbs, just in case he encountered any trouble along the way. When her father was ready to leave, Alara stood at the door, watching as he took his first steps down the path that led away from their home. She tried to smile, waving gently, but her heart felt heavy, as if weighted down by a sense of foreboding she couldn't shake. Her eyes followed him as he walked, his figure growing smaller with each step until he disappeared into the morning mist. Though she wanted to believe everything would be fine, a deep worry took root in her heart, refusing to be dismissed. Days passed, and the village remained quiet and calm, much like any other time when her father was away. Alara kept herself busy, tending to the household chores, visiting the market, and spending time in the garden. She tried to maintain the same routine, the same sense of normalcy that had always brought her comfort. Yet, with each passing day, the unease in her heart grew stronger. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Alara would stand by the window, looking out at the road her father had taken. She watched the shadows lengthen and the daylight fade, hoping to see his familiar figure appear. But each time, she was met only with the deepening darkness and the whisper of the wind in the trees. As time went on, whispers began to spread among the villagers. Alara's father had never been gone for so long. His absence was unusual, unsettling even. The village was a close-knit community where everyone knew each other's business, and it wasn't long before people started talking. They spoke in hushed tones, exchanging glances filled with concern. Some said he must have been delayed by bad weather. Others speculated that perhaps he had encountered difficulties in his travels. But the longer he remained absent, the more the whispers turned to worry. One morning, as Alara was tending to the flowers in their small garden, she heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, she saw one of the village elders, a kind woman with silver hair and gentle eyes, walking toward her. The elder's expression was serious, her brow furrowed with concern. She told Alara that troubling news had reached the village. It was said that her father had lost his way in a nearby forest, a place known for its treacherous paths and eerie stillness. This forest was ancient, its trees towering and dense, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that shut out most of the light. The villagers spoke of it with a mixture of awe and fear, for many believed it to be a place where the natural world crossed into the realm of the unknown. Alara's heart sank as she listened to the elders' words. She knew the forest the woman spoke of. It was a place that had long been avoided by the villagers, a place where strange things were said to happen. People spoke of noises that could not be explained, of shadows that moved on their own, and of a sense of being watched by unseen eyes. It was a place of legends and ghost stories, where the boundary between reality and imagination blurred. But Alara couldn't afford to let fear hold her back. She knew that her father was somewhere in that forest, lost and alone, and she had to find him. Despite the elders' warnings and the fear that gripped her heart, Alara made up her mind. She would go into the forest and bring her father back, no matter what dangers awaited her there. Alara began to prepare for her journey with a sense of urgency. She packed her bag with the same care she had shown when preparing her father's. She added more food and water, knowing that she might be gone for several days. She included a thick woolen blanket to ward off the cold nights and a small lantern to light her way in the darkness. She also brought along a sturdy walking stick, which she could use to steady herself on rough terrain or to defend herself if necessary. As she prepared, memories of her father flooded her mind. She thought of the times they had spent together, of the stories he would tell her as they sat by the fire on winter nights. She remembered the way he would laugh, a deep, warm sound that filled their home with joy. She thought of the way he always seemed to know what to say when she was troubled, how his presence alone was enough to make her feel safe. These memories gave her strength, reminding her of the bond they shared and the love that would guide her through the challenges ahead. When everything was ready, Alara took a deep breath and stepped onto the path leading to the forest. The sky was already beginning to darken, the sun sinking low in the sky, casting long shadows across the land. The forest loomed ahead, its tall trees standing like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out to form a dense canopy that blocked out the light. As she entered the forest, a strange stillness enveloped her. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. The trees stood tall and close together, their trunks thick and rough, their roots twisting and turning beneath the soil. Alara walked deeper into the forest, her steps careful and deliberate. The light grew dimmer with each step, the shadows lengthening as the sun continued its descent. The silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves underfoot and the occasional call of a distant bird. Yet, despite the eerie atmosphere, Alara's resolve did not waver. She knew her father was somewhere in this vast, ancient forest, waiting for her to find him. As nightfall approached, the forest grew darker, the trees casting long, twisting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. The path ahead was difficult to see, and Alara relied on her lantern to light the way. The small flame flickered in the cool evening breeze, casting a warm glow that illuminated the immediate area around her. But beyond this circle of light, the darkness was impenetrable, hiding whatever secrets the forest held. Alara pressed on, her heart pounding in her chest, but her steps steady. She knew the journey would be long and difficult, but she was determined to find her father and bring him back home. The thought of him, lost and alone in the darkness, gave her the strength to keep moving forward. She whispered a silent promise to herself that she would not rest until they were both safely back in their warm, familiar home. The night was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes even the smallest sound seem loud. Alara's breathing was steady, but she could hear her own heartbeat in her ears. Every now and then, the forest would offer a sound, a rustle in the bushes, the crack of a branch underfoot, or the hoot of an owl in the distance. But these were the sounds of nature, not the strange, unexplainable noises that villagers had whispered about. As she walked, Alara's mind wandered to the stories her father had told her about the forest. Though she had never ventured this deep herself, she knew of its reputation. It was a place where the boundary between the natural and the supernatural was said to be thin, where people claimed to have seen things that defied explanation. Some spoke of glowing lights that danced between the trees, of whispers carried on the wind, and of figures that appeared out of the corner of your eye, only to vanish when you turned to look. But Alara was not one to be easily frightened by tales. She had always been more practical, more grounded in reality. Yet now, surrounded by the towering trees and the encroaching darkness, she couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. She clutched her walking stick a little tighter, feeling the rough wood under her fingers, a tangible connection to the world of the real. The forest seemed to close in around her, the path becoming narrower, the trees crowding closer together. She had to push through branches and step over twisted roots that seemed to rise out of the ground to trip her. But she moved forward with determination, driven by the need to find her father. Finally, as the darkness deepened and the stars began to peek through the gaps in the canopy above, Lara found a small clearing. The ground was covered in soft moss, and in the center of the clearing stood a large, ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark rough and scarred by time. The tree seemed out of place, even in this old forest, as if it belonged to a different world entirely. Lara paused, catching her breath as she looked around. The clearing was quiet, almost unnaturally so. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with an energy she couldn't quite describe. She felt as though she had stepped into a place where time moved differently, where the rules of the world she knew no longer applied. Despite the strange feeling in the air, Lara felt a sense of calm settle over her. She had reached a point where she could rest, where she could gather her strength before continuing her search. She set down her bag and sat at the base of the ancient tree, leaning her back against its sturdy trunk. The bark was rough against her skin, but the solidness of the tree was reassuring. Lara looked up at the sky, the stars twinkling above, distant and cold. She thought of her father, of where he might be right now. Was he somewhere nearby, also lost in this vast forest? Or had he found shelter for the night, waiting for the dawn to find his way back? The thought that he might be close, that she might find him soon, filled her with a renewed sense of hope. As she sat there, Lara allowed herself to rest for a moment, to close her eyes and listen to the sounds of the forest. She could hear the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the gentle breeze that stirred the branches above her. The forest, though strange and mysterious, also had its own kind of beauty, a wildness that was both intimidating and awe-inspiring. But Lara knew she couldn't stay in the clearing for long. The night was deepening, and she still had a long way to go. She opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and stood up, feeling the weight of the journey ahead. She gathered her belongings, picked up her lantern, and with one last look at the ancient tree, she stepped back onto the path. The forest awaited her, dark and silent, its secrets hidden in the shadows. But Lara was not afraid. She was ready to face whatever lay ahead, ready to find her father and bring him home. And as she walked deeper into the woods, the light from her lantern casting a warm glow around her, she felt a quiet determination take root in her heart, guiding her steps through the darkness. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, its tall, ancient trees casting long shadows that danced in the faint light of Lara's lantern. Each step she took was careful, her breath steady, but her heart beat with the persistent rhythm of worry. The air was cooler now, and a soft mist began to rise from the ground, curling around her ankles as if guiding her forward. Alara had been walking for hours, but the sense of urgency that drove her never waned. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest changed. The trees grew closer together, their twisted branches forming a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. The path beneath her feet became less defined, more like a trail forgotten by time. And then, through the dense fog, she saw it, a faint light glimmering in the distance. It was barely visible, but it was there, a beacon in the dark. Her heart leapt with a mix of hope and fear. Could this light lead her to her father, or was it something more dangerous? Alara moved toward the light, her pace quickening. As she drew nearer, the outlines of a grand structure began to emerge. The castle rose from the mist, towering and imposing, its stone walls covered in ivy and age. It was both majestic and eerie, as if it had been abandoned by time itself, yet somehow still lived. The castle's great wooden doors stood closed, their surface adorned with intricate carvings of ancient symbols and creatures. Alara hesitated only for a moment before reaching out to touch the door. To her surprise, it swung open slowly, creaking under its own weight, as if inviting her inside. She stepped into the castle, her lantern's light casting long, flickering shadows across the vast entrance hall. The walls were high, lined with tall, arched windows that let in the pale light of the moon. The air inside was cool, carrying the scent of old stone and something else, something faintly floral, but tinged with a sense of decay. The hall was silent, save for the soft echo of her footsteps. Alara moved cautiously, her eyes scanning the space around her. The castle was grand, but it also felt abandoned, as if it had not seen life in many years. Yet, despite the silence, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was not alone. As she ventured further into the castle, she noticed a faint sound, something like a distant echo, or perhaps a whisper carried on the wind. She followed the sound, her heart pounding in her chest, until she reached a large, heavy door at the end of a corridor. The sound was clearer now, unmistakable, a soft, muffled cry. Alara pushed the door open, her hands trembling slightly. Inside, she found herself in a dimly lit room, large and cold, with stone walls that seemed to close in around her. And there, in the center of the room, was a figure, a man, chained to the wall, his clothes tattered and his face pale. "Father," Alara gasped, rushing forward. The man looked up at her, his eyes widening in recognition and relief. "Alara," he whispered, his voice weak but filled with emotion. "You shouldn't be here." Alara's heart ached as she saw the state her father was in. She knelt beside him, her hands reaching for the chains that bound him, but they were too strong, too solid to break with her bare hands. "What happened? Who did this to you?" Before her father could answer, a deep, rumbling voice filled the room. "He is my prisoner." Alara froze, her breath catching in her throat. Slowly, she turned to face the source of the voice. In the shadows, a figure emerged, a massive, imposing creature with a face partially hidden in darkness. Its eyes glowed with a cold, fierce light, and its presence filled the room with an overwhelming sense of dread. "This man trespassed on my land," the creature continued, its voice low and menacing. "He took what was not his to take, and now he pays the price." Alara's heart pounded in her chest, but she forced herself to stand, to meet the creature's gaze. "Please, let him go," she pleaded, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "He didn't mean any harm. He was just lost in the forest, trying to find his way home." The creature's eyes narrowed, and it took a step closer, its presence even more intimidating up close. "And now he is lost here," it said coldly. "This castle is his prison, and here he will stay." Alara's mind raced, searching for a way to save her father. She knew she couldn't fight this creature, not with force. But perhaps there was another way. What if I took his place?" she asked, the words slipping out before she could stop them. The creature paused, clearly taken aback by her offer. It studied her for a long moment, as if weighing her sincerity. "You would sacrifice your freedom for his?" it asked, its tone laced with disbelief. Alara swallowed hard, but her resolve did not waver. "Yes," she said firmly. "I will stay here, in this castle, if you let my father go free." There was a long silence, and Alara could feel the creature's eyes boring into her, searching for any sign of deception. Finally, It spoke. Very well, it said, its voice soft now, almost contemplative. You will go free, but you must stay, and you must keep your word. Alara nodded, her heart heavy but her mind made up. I promise, she whispered, her voice barely audible. The creature stepped back, and with a wave of its hand, the chains that bound her father fell away. He slumped forward, weak but free. Alara rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. You have to go, she said urgently, her voice trembling with the weight of the decision she had just made. You must leave now, before it changes its mind. Her father looked at her, his eyes filled with fear and sorrow. Alara, I can't leave you here. I won't. You have to, she insisted, her voice breaking. It's the only way. I'll be fine. Please, just go. Tears filled her father's eyes, but he nodded, understanding that there was no other choice. He pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if it was the last time. I'll come back for you, he whispered fiercely. I promise I'll find a way to bring you home. Alara clung to him for a moment longer, then gently pushed him away. Go, she repeated, her voice firm. Before it's too late. Her father hesitated for a moment, then turned and fled the room, his footsteps echoing through the empty halls of the castle. Alara watched him go, her heart breaking with every step he took away from her. When he was gone, the creature turned its gaze back to Alara. You are brave, it said quietly, but you are also foolish. Alara didn't respond, her thoughts too consumed by the reality of what she had just done. She was now a prisoner in this castle, bound by her promise. Whatever awaited her here, she would face it alone. The creature gestured for her to follow, and Alara did so without a word. It led her through the dark corridors of the castle, the silence between them heavy and oppressive. Eventually, they reached a small room, dimly lit by a single candle. Inside, there was a simple bed, a chair, and a small window that looked out onto the dark forest beyond. This will be your room, the creature said, its voice void of emotion. You may go where you wish within the castle, but do not try to leave. If you do, the consequences will be severe. Alara nodded, too exhausted to argue or ask questions. She stepped into the room, feeling the weight of the door closing behind her. She was alone now, truly alone. The hours passed slowly as Alara sat by the window, staring out into the darkness. Her thoughts were a whirl of fear, sorrow, and uncertainty. She wondered what her life would be like in this castle, cut off from the world she knew, bound by a promise she could not break. But as the night wore on, a strange sense of calm began to settle over her. She had done what she had to do to save her father, and in that, there was a measure of peace. Whatever the future held, she would face it with the same courage that had brought her here. And so, as the first light of dawn began to touch the sky, Alara lay down on the simple bed and closed her eyes. The castle, with all its secrets and shadows, would be her home now. And in the depths of her heart, she resolved to find a way to break the curse that bound this place, no matter the cost. The days in the castle passed slowly, each one blending into the next. The silence that filled the grand halls was almost palpable, broken only by the occasional creak of the old stone walls or the soft rustle of curtains as a breeze slipped through the tall windows. Alara moved through the castle with quiet purpose, her footsteps echoing in the emptiness. The weight of her promise and the uncertainty of what lay ahead pressed on her with every passing moment. Alara's new life in the castle was one of solitude, though the beast, as she had come to think of him, allowed her to roam freely within the castle. She rarely saw him. He kept to the shadows, watching her from afar. His presence felt rather than seen. She knew he was always near, though silently observing her as she explored the vast, mysterious rooms. Each room held its own story, its own secrets. Alara spent hours wandering through the endless corridors, discovering hidden nooks and forgotten treasures. She found rooms filled with books, some so old that their pages crumbled at her touch. Other rooms were adorned with beautiful tapestries, their colors faded but still vibrant, depicting the scenes of nature and life that seemed almost magical. There was a sadness that lingered in these rooms, a sense of loss that hung in the air like a whisper of something long forgotten. Alara couldn't help but feel the weight of it, as if the castle itself was mourning for a time that had passed. Despite the castle's grandeur, it was clear that it had been abandoned to time's relentless march. Dust covered the furniture, and cobwebs hung like delicate lace in the corners. once glorious windows were now streaked with age, letting in only a pale, ghostly light that seemed to match the somber mood of the place. But even in this eerie stillness, Alara found a strange comfort. The castle, with all its shadows and secrets, had become her refuge. It was a place where she could think, where she could reflect on the choices she had made and the path that lay before her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the castle in hues of deep orange and purple, Alara found herself standing in the grand hall. The fading light streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows that danced across the floor. She felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the castle itself was soothing her weary soul. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melancholy tune, drifting through the air like a ghostly echo. Alara followed the sound, her heart quickening as she recognized the melody. It was a song her mother used to sing long ago, before the world had grown dark with sorrow. The song was filled with longing and hope, a reminder of better days. She walked through the corridors, the music guiding her steps until she reached a room she had not yet explored. The door was slightly ajar, and the soft light of a fire flickered within. Alara hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed the door open. Inside, the room was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the rest of the castle. A fire crackled softly in the fireplace, casting a golden glow over the richly furnished space. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with volumes that seemed to have been well cared for. In the center of the room stood a grand piano, its polished surface gleaming in the firelight. And there, seated at the piano, was the beast. His large hands moved gracefully over the keys, producing the haunting melody that had drawn her here. His back was turned to her, and for a moment, Alara simply stood in the doorway, watching him. The music was beautiful, filled with emotion, and she could feel the sadness and loneliness that resonated in each note. Without thinking, Alara stepped into the room, her movements slow and deliberate. The beast seemed to sense her presence, but he did not stop playing. Instead, the melody shifted, becoming softer, more tender. Alara felt tears well up in her eyes as she listened, the music speaking to a part of her that she had long buried. When the final notes of the song faded into silence, the beast remained still, his head bowed as if in deep thought. Alara took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and spoke. "That was beautiful," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. The beast slowly turned to face her. His eyes, though still fierce, held a gentleness she had not seen before. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, the silence between them filled with unspoken words. "Thank you," he replied, his voice low and rough, but not unkind. It is an old song, one that I have not played in many years. Alara nodded, stepping closer. "It reminds me of a song my mother used to sing," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "It brought back memories, good ones." The beast regarded her for a long moment, as if weighing her words. Then he nodded slowly. "Music has a way of doing that," he said. "It carries the echoes of the past, reminding us of what once was." Alara moved closer to the piano, her fingers lightly grazing the keys. "Why do you live here? All alone?" she asked, her voice gentle. "This castle, it feels so empty, so full of sorrow." The beast's expression grew somber, his gaze distant. "It was not always this way," he said quietly. "This castle was once filled with light and laughter. But that was before everything changed." Alara could sense the pain in his voice, the weight of whatever burden he carried. She wanted to ask more, to understand the story behind his words, but she knew better than to push. Instead, she let the silence speak for them both. After a few moments, the beast stood and turned away from the piano. "You should rest," he said, his tone final. "It is late." Alara nodded, knowing that their conversation was over for now. She turned to leave, but as she reached the door, she paused and looked back at him. "Thank you for the music," she said softly. The beast inclined his head, a faint smile touching his lips. "Good night, Alara." "Good night," she replied, and with that, she slipped out of the room, closing the door gently behind her. As Alara walked back to her room, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted between them. The beast was not the monster she had feared. He was something more, something deeper. There was a sadness in him, a loneliness that mirrored her own. And in that moment, she felt a connection to him, one that she hadn't expected. The following days passed in a similar rhythm. Alara would explore the castle, finding new rooms and hidden corners. Sometimes, she would find herself drawn back to the room with the piano, and more often than not, the beast would be there, playing softly. They did not always speak, but the music filled the silence, creating a bond between them that words could not. Gradually, Alara began to see the beast not as a captor, but as a companion. He was still guarded, still wary of her, but she could see the kindness in his actions. The way he would leave a book he thought she might like on a table in her room, or how he would ensure that a fire was lit in her fireplace on the coldest nights. These small gestures touched her, showing her a side of him that was more human than she had ever imagined. One evening, as they sat by the fire in the music room, Alara found herself thinking about her father. She wondered how he was, whether he was safe, and if he was trying to find a way to rescue her, as he had promised. The thought made her heart ache with longing, but she knew she couldn't leave. She had made a promise, and she intended to keep it. But as the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, Alara began to question the choice she had made. She missed her father, missed her old life, and yet there was something in the castle that called to her, something that made her want to stay. It was more than just the beast. It was the sense of belonging she had started to feel. The way the castle had become a part of her, and she a part of it. One night, as she lay in bed, unable to sleep, Alara found herself thinking about the curse that had been hinted at in the beast's words. She didn't know the details, but she could sense that it was the source of his pain, the reason for the sorrow that lingered in every corner of the castle. She wanted to help him, to find a way to break the curse and free them both from the shadows that bound them. The next morning, Alara decided to confront the beast. She found him in the library, his large frame hunched over a book. He looked up as she entered, his expression wary. "Good morning, Alara," he said, his voice cautious. "Good morning," she replied, taking a deep breath. "I need to ask you something." The beast's brow furrowed, and he set the book aside. "What is it?" Alara hesitated, then spoke. "I want to know about the curse. I want to understand what happened here, and why you're trapped in this castle." The beast's expression darkened, and for a moment, Alara feared she had overstepped. But then he sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "It is not a story I tell lightly," he said quietly. but if you truly wish to know, I will tell you. Alara nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. She sat down across from him, ready to listen. The beast began to speak, his voice low and filled with the weight of years gone by. He told her of a time long ago when the castle was indeed filled with light and joy. It was a place of celebration, of beauty and life. But then, through a series of tragic events, the joy was lost, replaced by anger and despair. A curse was placed upon the castle, trapping the inhabitants in a state of endless twilight, their true forms hidden from the world. As he spoke, Alara could see the pain in his eyes, the regret that haunted him. The curse had not only taken away his freedom, but also his humanity, turning him into the creature he had become. It was a fate worse than death, a punishment that left him isolated and alone. When he finished, there was a long silence. Alara felt tears in her eyes, her heart heavy with the sadness of his story. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I can't imagine how difficult this has been for you." The beast looked at her, his gaze softening. "You have nothing to be sorry for," he said gently. "But now you understand why I cannot let you go. The curse binds me to this place, and until it is broken, I am trapped here." Alara nodded, understanding the gravity of his words. "Is there a way to break the curse?" she asked, her voice hopeful. The beast hesitated, then nodded slowly. "There is, but it is not an easy task. The curse can only be broken by a love that is pure and true, a love that sees beyond the surface to the heart within." Alara's breath caught in her throat as she realized what he was saying. The curse could only be broken if someone loved him, not for what he appeared to be, but for who he truly was. She looked at him, seeing the vulnerability in his eyes, the hope that he barely dared to feel. And in that moment, Alara made her choice. "I will help you," she said softly. "I don't know how, but I will find a way to break this curse." The beast's eyes widened in surprise, but then he smiled, a real, genuine smile that transformed his face. "Thank you, Alara," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. As they sat together in the quiet of the library, Alara felt a sense of peace settle over her. She had made her choice, and it was one that she knew she would never regret. She would help the beast, not because she had to, but because she wanted to. And in doing so, she knew that she would find the strength to overcome whatever challenges lay ahead. The days in the castle continued to flow gently, like a quiet river winding through a forgotten valley. The castle, once a place of shadows and silence, began to change, its rooms slowly coming to life with warmth and light. This transformation was subtle, but undeniable. The once cold and empty halls now echoed with the soft sounds of footsteps, the rustle of pages turning, and the occasional hum of a forgotten melody. The change was most evident in the way Alara and the beast interacted, their relationship evolving with each passing day. Alara had settled into a routine, a rhythm that brought a sense of peace to her otherwise uncertain existence. Every morning, she would awaken to the soft light filtering through her window, the first rays of dawn gently warming the stone walls of her room. She would rise, dress, and make her way through the winding corridors to the dining room, where a simple but satisfying breakfast awaited her. The beast was always there, seated at the far end of the long table. At first, their meals were silent affairs, each lost in their own thoughts, the silence between them heavy and awkward. But gradually, that silence began to dissolve, replaced by tentative conversations that grew in warmth and familiarity. One morning, as they sat together in the softly lit dining room, Alara noticed something different in the beast's demeanor. His usual guarded expression had softened, and there was a gentleness in his eyes that she hadn't seen before. "You seem different today," she remarked, her voice light and curious. The beast looked at her, his eyes holding hers for a moment before he spoke. "I feel different," he admitted, his voice slow and thoughtful. "These past days, they have changed something in me. I no longer feel the same burden I once did." Alara smiled, a small, gentle smile that reached her eyes. "I'm glad to hear that," she said sincerely. "I've noticed it too. The castle, it feels lighter, somehow." The beast nodded, his gaze drifting to the window, where the early morning light bathed the room in a soft glow. "It is as if the shadows are retreating," he mused, "and in their place, there is hope." Hope. The word hung in the air between them, a fragile thing, yet full of promise. Alara felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of connection that went beyond words. She realized that the beast was no longer just a presence in the castle. He was becoming a part of her life, companion in her solitude. As the days turned into weeks, and the weeks into months, this bond between them only grew stronger. They began to spend more time together, exploring the castle's many rooms and corridors. The beast, who had once kept his distance, now walked beside her, guiding her to hidden gardens, secret passageways, and rooms filled with forgotten treasures. One afternoon, they found themselves in a small, sunlit room that Alara had not seen before. The walls were lined with tall, arched windows that let in a flood of golden light, illuminating the delicate flowers that filled the room. The air was fragrant with the scent of roses and jasmine, and the gentle hum of bees drifted through the open windows. "This is beautiful," Alara whispered, her voice filled with awe as she stepped into the room. She moved slowly, taking in the vibrant colors and the way the light played on the petals of the flowers. The beast watched her, his expression softening as he observed the joy on her face. "This was my mother's garden," he said quietly. "She loved flowers, especially roses. She used to spend hours here, tending to them, talking to them as if they were her children." Alara turned to look at him, her eyes filled with understanding. "It must have been a happy place for her," she said softly. The beast nodded, his gaze distant. "It was. She was a kind woman, full of life and laughter. This garden was her sanctuary, a place where she could forget the world outside and simply be." Alara felt a pang of sadness for the life that had once been, the joy that had filled this castle before the curse. "Do you come here often?" she asked, her voice gentle. The beast shook his head. "Not for a long time. After she passed, it became too painful to be here. The garden withered, and I let it fall into ruin. But now, seeing it again, I feel something I haven't felt in years." Alara moved closer to him, her hand lightly touching his arm in a gesture of comfort. "You're not alone anymore," she said softly. "We can bring this garden back to life, together." The beast looked at her, his eyes searching hers. For a moment, he seemed on the verge of saying something, but then he simply nodded. "Yes," he agreed, his voice filled with quiet resolve. "We can." And so, they began to work together, tending to the garden with care and attention. Alara found herself spending hours in the sunlit room, her hands in the soil, planting new seeds and nurturing the flowers back to health. The beast was always nearby, helping in his own way, his large hands surprisingly gentle as he pruned the roses or watered the delicate blooms. As they worked side by side, Alara noticed a change in the beast. He was more at ease, more open with her. He began to share stories of his past, of his family, and the life he had lived before the curse. She listened with rapt attention, feeling the layers of his story unfold like the petals of a flower. One day, as they were working in the garden, Alara asked a question that had been on her mind for some time. "Do you ever wish things could be different?" she asked quietly, her eyes on the roses she was tending. The beast was silent for a moment, his gaze on the flowers. "Every day," he finally replied, his voice tinged with regret. "I wish I could go back, change the things that led to this curse. But I know that's not possible." Alara looked up at him, her expression thoughtful. "But you're different now," she said gently. "You've changed. And maybe that's what matters most." The beast met her gaze, and in his eyes, she saw a flicker of something new, hope, and perhaps a longing for something more. "You're right," he said softly. "I have changed. And I think it's because of you." Alara felt her heart skip a beat at his words, a warmth spreading through her that she couldn't quite explain. "I'm glad," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Their bond continued to deepen, the connection between them growing stronger with each passing day. The beast began to smile more, a rare and precious thing that filled Alara with a quiet joy. She found herself drawn to him in ways she hadn't expected, her feelings growing more complex, more profound. One evening, as the sun was setting and the garden was bathed in a soft, golden light, Alara and the beast sat together on a stone bench. The day's work was done, and they were both content, surrounded by the beauty they had helped restore. "Thank you," the beast said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence between them. Alara turned to him, surprised. "For what?" "For staying," he replied, his voice earnest. "For being here with me. I didn't think I could ever feel this way again. But you've given me something I thought I had lost forever." Alara's heart swelled with emotion, and she reached out, taking his hand in hers. "You've given me something too," she said softly. "I came here lost and afraid, but now I feel like I've found something I didn't even know I was looking for." The beast looked at her, his eyes filled with an emotion that took her breath away. "You've found a home," he said gently. "And so have I." In that moment, Alara realized how much the castle and the beast had come to mean to her. This place, once so full of shadows, had become a sanctuary, a place where she had found not only peace but also love. As the days passed, their relationship continued to grow, blossoming like the flowers they had nurtured back to life. They spent more time together, their conversations growing deeper, more intimate. Alara found herself sharing her own stories, her own fears and dreams, and the beast listened with a quiet intensity that made her feel truly heard. One night, as they sat by the fire in the music room, Alara felt a shift in the air between them. It was as if something unspoken had passed between them, a realization that they were no longer just two individuals bound by circumstance, but something more. The beast looked at her, his eyes soft in the firelight. "Alara," he began, his voice low and filled with emotion. "There's something I need to tell you." Alara's heart raced, her breath catching in her throat. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The beast hesitated, as if searching for the right words. "I never expected. I never thought I could care for someone again. Not after everything that's happened. But you've changed that. You've brought light back into my life. And I think I've fallen in love with you." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. Alara felt her heart swell with a mix of emotions, joy, fear, and a deep, overwhelming tenderness. She reached out, taking his hand in hers, and looked into his eyes. "I think I've fallen in love with you too," she whispered, her voice trembling with the weight of the admission. The beast's eyes widened, and for a moment, they simply looked at each other, the silence between them filled with the unspoken promise of something new, something beautiful. As they sat together, the fire crackling softly beside them, Alara knew that their bond had transformed into something deeper, something that transcended the curse and the walls of the castle. They were no longer just companions, they were something more, something precious. The days that followed were filled with a new sense of joy, a lightness that permeated the castle and all that they did together. The beast was no longer a shadow in the background of her life. He was her partner, her friend, and now her love. They continued to work together to explore the castle and its many secrets. But now, there was a new energy between them, a shared sense of purpose and hope. The curse that had once bound them both seemed to fade into the background, replaced by the love that had grown between them. As they walked together through the garden, the flowers in full bloom around them, Alara felt a sense of peace that she had never known before. The castle, once a place of darkness and sorrow, had become a home filled with light, love, and the promise of a future together. And in that moment, she knew that they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Side by side, their bond stronger than any curse. The days had grown shorter as autumn settled over the castle, painting the trees in hues of gold and amber. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter. Within the castle, Alara and the beast continued to nurture their blossoming relationship, finding comfort in each other's presence as the world outside slowly changed. The castle, once a place of shadows and secrets, now felt warm and welcoming. The rooms were filled with light and laughter, and the corridors that had once echoed with silence now resonated with the soft sound of footsteps and gentle conversation. The bond between Alara and the beast had become the very heart of the castle, infusing it with a sense of life that had been missing for so long. But as their connection deepened, a sense of unease began to creep into Alara's heart. It was a feeling she couldn't quite name, but it gnawed at the edges of her contentment, whispering that something was about to change. The beast, too, seemed to sense this shift. There were moments when she caught him staring out the window, his expression distant, as if he were waiting for something he couldn't quite define. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Alara and the beast sat together by the fire in the music room. The warmth of the flames filled the room, casting a golden glow over the walls and reflecting in the beast's eyes. Alara felt a deep sense of peace as she rested her head on his shoulder, their hands gently intertwined. But even in this moment of tranquility, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The air seemed heavier, the silence thicker, as if the castle itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Alara, the beast murmured, his voice breaking through her thoughts. She looked up at him, her heart skipping a beat at the seriousness in his tone. Yes, there's something I need to tell you, he said quietly, his eyes searching hers. Something I've been trying to find the right time to say. Valera's pulse quickened, a mixture of anticipation and dread filling her chest. What is it? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The beast hesitated, his grip on her hand tightening ever so slightly. The curse that binds me, it's tied to time, he began, his voice laced with regret. And time is running out. Valera's breath caught in her throat as she processed his words. What do you mean? She asked, her voice trembling with the weight of what he was saying. The curse can only be broken if someone loves me for who I truly am, the beast explained, his gaze dropping to the floor. But if the curse isn't broken by the time the last petal falls from the enchanted rose, I will remain in this form forever, and the castle will fall into ruin. Valera felt a cold wave of fear wash over her. She had known about the curse, but the reality of it, the finality, had never felt so close, so imminent. How much time do we have? She asked, her voice barely audible. The beast looked at her, his eyes filled with sorrow. Not much, he said softly. The last petal is about to fall. The room seemed to close in around Alara as the weight of his words settled over her. She felt a surge of panic, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend what this meant for them, for their future. There must be something we can do, she said, her voice desperate. Some way to stop it. The beast shook his head, his expression filled with a sadness that pierced Alara's heart. It's not something we can stop, he said quietly. It's a part of the curse, a part of my fate. Alara's eyes filled with tears as she realized the gravity of the situation. They had come so far, built something so beautiful, and now it was all slipping away, like sand through her fingers. I don't want to lose you, she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. The beast pulled her into his arms, holding her close as she trembled in his embrace. You won't lose me, he murmured into her hair. Not really. But if the curse isn't broken, I won't be the same. Alara clung to him, her heart aching with the knowledge that time was slipping away from them. She had found love in the most unexpected of places. And now, just as she had begun to truly embrace it, it was being torn away from her. They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in each other's arms, the fire crackling softly beside them. The room was filled with a heavy silence, the unspoken fear hanging over them like a shadow. Finally, Valera pulled back, wiping the tears from her eyes. "There has to be a way," she said firmly, her voice filled with determination. "We can't give up. We've come too far to lose hope now." The beast looked at her, a flicker of hope in his eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by the reality of their situation. "I wish it were that simple," he said softly. "But love can't be forced, and the curse, it was meant to be unbreakable." Valera's heart ached at the defeat in his voice, but she refused to give in to despair. "Love isn't about force," she said quietly. "It's about choice. And I choose you, no matter what." The beast's eyes widened in surprise, his expression softening as her words sank in. "Valera," he began, but she shook her head, silencing him with a gentle smile. "Whatever happens," she said softly, "we'll face it together. I'm not leaving you. Not now. Not ever." The beast's eyes filled with emotion as he reached out to cup her face in his hands. "You are the most incredible person I've ever known," he whispered, his voice filled with awe. "And I am so grateful for every moment we've had together." Valera leaned into his touch, her heart swelling with love and determination. "Then let's make the most of the time we have," she said softly. "We still have today, and tomorrow, and whatever comes after that." They spent the rest of the evening in each other's company, savoring the moments they had left. There was a sense of urgency now, a need to hold on to every second, to cherish every touch, every word. They talked late into the night, sharing memories, hopes, and dreams, finding comfort in the bond they had created. But as the night wore on, the weight of the impending curse hung heavily over them. The knowledge that their time together was limited, that the curse could soon claim them, cast a shadow over their joy. Finally, as the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, Valera and the beast stood together in the grand hall. The enchanted rose stood in its glass case, its petals shimmering in the soft light. The last petal trembled on its stem, a single breath away from falling. Valera felt a lump form in her throat as she stared at the rose, her heart aching with the weight of what was about to happen. "I love you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. No matter what happens, I want you to know that. The beast turned to her, his eyes filled with love and sorrow. "And I love you," he said softly, "more than I ever thought possible." As they stood there, the world seemed to hold its breath, time slowing to a crawl. The last petal began to fall, drifting gently towards the ground. Alara felt a tear slip down her cheek as she watched it descend, knowing that this was the moment that would change everything. But just as the petal was about to touch the ground, something miraculous happened. The rose glowed with a soft, golden light, and the petal froze in midair, suspended by an unseen force. The light grew brighter, enveloping the rose and filling the room with a warm, radiant glow. Alara gasped, her heart racing as she watched the light expand, reaching out to them, wrapping them in its gentle embrace. The beast's eyes widened in shock, his hand tightening around hers as the light surrounded them. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the light began to fade, leaving them standing in the grand hall, the rose still glowing faintly in its case. Alara looked up at the beast, her heart pounding in her chest. "What just happened?" she whispered, her voice trembling with awe. The beast stared at the rose, his expression a mixture of wonder and disbelief. "I don't know," he said softly, "but I think the curse might have been broken." Alara's heart leapt with hope, a smile breaking across her face as she looked into his eyes. "Do you really think so?" The beast nodded slowly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I think your love might have saved us." As the realization of what had just happened began to sink in, Alara felt a wave of relief and joy wash over her. She threw her arms around the beast, holding him close as tears of happiness streamed down her face. They had faced the darkest moment of their journey together, and they had emerged victorious. The curse that had hung over them, threatening to tear them apart, had been broken by the power of their love. And as they stood together in the grand hall, the morning light streaming through the windows, Alara knew that they had been given a second chance, a chance to build a future together, free from the shadows of the past. The sun rose slowly over the castle, casting a golden light that bathed everything in warmth. The first rays of dawn touched the high towers, the stone walls, and the gardens below, where the flowers that Alara and the beast had nurtured together were now in full bloom. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of the earth and the promise of a new day. Inside the castle, the atmosphere was different. The once cold and shadowy halls now felt alive, vibrant with a sense of renewal. The enchanted rose, which had been the symbol of the curse, now stood in its glass case, glowing softly. The last petal, which had hung so precariously, had not fallen. Instead, it shimmered with a light that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Hilaire and the beast stood together in the grand hall, the events of the previous night still fresh in their minds. The light that had surrounded them, the moment of fear and then the unexpected hope, these memories lingered. But now there was something more. There was a sense of peace, of resolution, as if the castle itself had been holding its breath and was now finally able to exhale. The beast looked at Alara, his eyes filled with a mix of wonder and disbelief. "I still can't believe it," he said softly, his voice tinged with awe. "The curse, it's really been broken." Alara smiled, her heart swelling with love and relief. "It's because of you," she said gently. "Because of who you are." The beast shook his head, his expression humble. "No," he replied, his voice filled with emotion. "It's because of us. Because of what we've built together." Alara's smile widened, and she reached out, taking his hand in hers. "Then let's not waste any more time," she said softly. "We have a new life to live, and I want to spend every moment of it with you." The beast's eyes softened as he gazed at her, his heart full of love and gratitude. "I want that too," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "More than anything." With that, they stepped out into the garden, hand in hand. The morning sun bathed them in its golden light, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The birds sang, the flowers swayed gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming roses. It was as if the entire world was celebrating their victory, rejoicing in the love that had broken the curse. As they walked through the garden, Alara felt a sense of wonder and gratitude wash over her. She had come to this castle as a stranger, lost and afraid, but now she was leaving as something more, someone who had found love, who had discovered the strength to overcome fear, and who had helped to heal a heart that had been broken for so long. They reached the edge of the garden, where a path led into the forest. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Alara turned to the beast, her eyes filled with a mixture of excitement and curiosity. "What now?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. The beast smiled, a warm and genuine smile that lit up his entire face. "Now, we live," he said simply. "We explore the world together, discover new places, create new memories. The curse no longer binds us, and the future is ours to shape." Alara nodded, her heart full of anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. She knew that the journey would not always be easy, that there would be challenges and obstacles to overcome, but she also knew that they would face them together, side by side. As they began their walk down the path, the sun climbed higher in the sky, its light growing stronger with each passing moment. The forest around them was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the distant sound of a babbling brook. It was a place of peace, of life, and Alara felt her heart swell with happiness. They walked for hours, talking, laughing, and simply enjoying each other's company. The bond between them had grown so strong that words were often unnecessary. A glance, a touch, a shared smile, these were enough to convey the depth of their feelings for one another. As the day wore on, they found themselves at the edge of a cliff, overlooking a vast, shimmering lake. The water sparkled in the sunlight, reflecting the blue of the sky and the green of the surrounding trees. It was a breathtaking sight, one that took Alara's breath away. The beast wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close as they stood together, gazing out at the beauty before them. "This is just the beginning," he murmured, his voice filled with wonder. "There's so much more to see, to experience, and we'll do it all together." Alara leaned into him, feeling the warmth of his embrace and the steady beat of his heart. "I wouldn't want it any other way," she whispered, her voice filled with contentment. For a long time, they stood there in silence, simply taking in the moment. The world seemed to stretch out before them, full of possibilities and new beginnings. It was a world free from the shadows of the past, a world where they could finally be themselves, without fear or doubt. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the landscape, Alara and the beast turned and made their way back to the castle. The journey back was filled with quiet conversation and shared memories, each step bringing them closer to their home. When they finally arrived at the castle, the sky was painted with hues of pink and orange, the last rays of sunlight casting long shadows across the ground. The castle, once a place of darkness and despair, now stood as a symbol of hope, of love, and of the strength it took to break free from the chains of the past. Alara and the beast entered the grand hall, where the enchanted rose still stood in its glass case. The last petal, which had once threatened to fall, now stood tall and vibrant, a symbol of the love that had saved them. The rose glowed softly in the dim light, a reminder of the miracle that had brought them together. They stood before the rose, hand in hand, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. "We did it," Alara whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "We really did it." The beast nodded, his eyes filled with tears of happiness. "Yes, we did," he replied, his voice choked with emotion. "And now, we have the rest of our lives to enjoy it." Alara turned to him, her eyes shining with love. "Let's make the most of it," she said softly. "Every single moment." The beast smiled, a smile that was filled with hope and promise. "I promise you, Alara, we will," he said, his voice strong and sure. "We will make the most of every moment, together." They spent the evening in the grand hall, talking, laughing, and dreaming about the future. The castle, once so silent and empty, now echoed with the sound of their joy, a testament to the love that had brought them together and the strength they had found in each other. As the night grew deeper, they made their way to the music room, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth. The room was warm and inviting, a place of comfort and peace. Alara sat down at the piano, her fingers gently brushing the keys as she began to play a soft, soothing melody. The beast sat beside her, listening, his heart full of contentment. The music filled the room, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. It was a melody of love, of hope, and of the future they would build together. As the notes flowed from the piano, Alara felt a sense of peace settle over her, a peace that she had never known before. When the last note faded into the silence, Alara turned to the beast, her eyes shining with happiness. "This is our home now," she said softly. "A place where we can be ourselves, where we can love and live without fear." The beast nodded, his eyes filled with love. "Yes, it is," he agreed. "And it's all because of you, Alara. You brought light into my life, and for that, I will always be grateful. Alara smiled, her heart full of love for the man beside her. And you brought love into mine, she whispered. Together, we've created something beautiful, something worth fighting for. They sat together in the music room, the fire casting a warm glow over them as they talked late into the night. The world outside was quiet, the stars twinkling in the sky like tiny beacons of hope. And inside the castle, there was a sense of peace, of fulfillment, as if everything had finally fallen into place. As the night wore on, they made their way to the grand staircase, where they paused for a moment, taking in the beauty of the castle around them. The walls, once so cold and unwelcoming, now seemed to radiate warmth and love, a reflection of the bond they had forged together. They climbed the staircase hand in hand, their footsteps echoing softly in the stillness of the night. When they reached the top, they turned to each other, their eyes filled with love and promise. This is just the beginning, Alara said softly, her voice filled with wonder. We have so much to look forward to. The beast smiled, his heart swelling with happiness. Yes, we do, he replied, his voice strong and sure. And we'll face it all together, no matter what. They shared a tender kiss, a kiss that was filled with love, with hope, and with the promise of a future that they would build together. As they pulled back, they gazed into each other's eyes, knowing that they had found something truly special, something that would last a lifetime. Together, they walked down the corridor, the future stretching out before them like a golden path, full of possibilities and new beginnings. The castle, once a place of darkness and despair, was now their home, a place where they could live, love, and dream without fear. And as they stepped into the light of a new day, they knew that their journey had only just begun. As time passed, the days in the castle flowed with a gentle rhythm of peace and joy. Alara and the beast, with patience and love, rebuilt their home. The castle, once shrouded in darkness and sorrow, was now filled with warmth and light. The garden, where Alara and the beast had planted flowers together, bloomed in vibrant colors, the air fragrant with the scent of new life, symbolizing the journey they had shared. In the midst of rebuilding, Alara's father joined them. He arrived at the castle, bringing greetings from the village, and met the beast. Though initially surprised by the beast's appearance, He soon saw the kindness and gentleness that lay within. Valera's father helped repair various parts of the castle, forging a deep friendship with the beast. Together, they infused the castle with new life and hope. Each day, Valera, the beast, and her father would explore the forest, sharing stories and dreams. Though the beast's appearance remained unchanged, his heart was filled with love and care, making him more precious in the eyes of Valera and her father. As night fell, they would return to the castle, where the fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting a warm glow around them. They would sit together, discussing their dreams for the future and making plans for how to continue rebuilding their lives. Every corner of the castle seemed to come alive with their efforts. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the garden, Valera, the beast, and her father sat on a stone bench. The soft orange light bathed their faces, and the world around them seemed to pause in the peaceful beauty of the moment. Valera rested her head on the beast's shoulder, feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing. "This all feels so right," Valera whispered, her voice filled with deep contentment. "With both of you here, everything feels complete," the beast replied gently, his voice full of tranquility. Valera's father smiled, his voice filled with emotion. "It's been a remarkable journey. I'm so glad we found a place to call home." They sat in silence for a while, as the night deepened and the sky filled with stars. The night breeze was cool and gentle, carrying with it the scent of the earth and the promise of peace. Valera closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, feeling an immense sense of calm and relaxation. She knew that this evening marked not just the end of their story, but the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. "Now, let's all relax together," Valera said softly, her voice soothing and gentle. "Imagine yourself in this beautiful garden, feeling the soft breeze against your skin, with everything around you calm and peaceful." The beast and her father closed their eyes, following her lead. Together, they felt the serenity of the moment, their breaths synchronizing, hearts beating in unison. The world seemed to stand still, leaving only the deep sense of tranquility that bound them together. In this moment, Valera continued, her voice like a gentle whisper in the night. "Let your heart connect with the earth beneath you, with the stars above you, and with the peacefulness of nature. Let this calm fill your soul, guiding you gently into a deep, restful sleep." The world around them seemed to grow even more peaceful, the stars above twinkling softly as if lighting the way to a future full of hope. In this moment, they all felt a deep sense of safety and serenity. "Remember," Alara said softly, "no matter what challenges lie ahead, this peace is always within us, waiting for us whenever we need it. Whenever you seek comfort, you can return to this garden and feel this peace." The beast and her father gently squeezed her hands, silently affirming their bond. They knew that no matter what the future held, the love and peace they shared would always be with them. Alara smiled warmly and whispered, "The story is over now. Let's take this peace and warmth with us into our dreams, into our own serene gardens. May you drift into sleep feeling loved, safe, and peaceful." With those gentle words, Alara guided the listeners back to reality, carrying with them the warmth and hope from the story, peacefully drifting into their own dreams. She imagined them in their beautiful garden, feeling the soft breeze, surrounded by calm and serenity, slowly entering a deep, restful sleep. As they walked back to the castle, the moonlight lit their path, guiding their steps. The castle stood tall in the night, a beacon of hope and love, symbolizing the challenges they had overcome and the future they would embrace. Back in the music room, the fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting a warm glow over the familiar surroundings. Alara sat down at the piano, her fingers gently touching the keys, and began to play a soft, soothing melody. The notes floated through the air, wrapping around them like a gentle embrace, bringing their journey to a peaceful close. The beast and her father sat beside her, their eyes closed, peacefully enjoying the calm and harmony. As the final note faded into the air, the beast whispered, "Alara, thank you for everything." Alara smiled, her eyes glowing with warmth. "And thank you," she replied softly, "for being my home." The night deepened, and the world outside grew quiet. Alara, the beast, and her father sat together in the warmth of the fire, their hearts filled with peace and happiness. They knew that this was only the beginning of their story, and that each new day would bring love, hope, and new adventures. As the gentle night embraced them, their hearts beat as one, and the world became a place of perfect peace.